The Star Confederation has reached its decision. Roger Wilco, please step forward. Roger Wilco, you have been judged guilty of the following crimes: abandoning your post, deviating from mission parameters, misuse of StarCon property, disintegrating a fellow officer, perpetrating a sequel without authorization, and consorting with a female of higher rank. Do you have anything to say for yourself before we pronounce sentence?
Can't you guys take a joke?
Do you have anything intelligent to say for yourself before we pronounce sentence?
Nope.
Very well. It is the opinion of this tribunal that as punishment for your crimes against the Star Confederation, you are to be decommissioned. You are hereby stripped of the rank of captain. You are no longer an officer of the Star Confederation. Your enrollment at StarCon Academy is hereby terminated. However, due to your successful return of the SCS Eureka, your rescue of the Goliath's crew, and the fact that nobody gets rid of stubborn mildew stains and black heel marks as well as you do, we are returning you to your former post with StarCon Fleet. You are hereby ordered to resume your duties immediately as janitor second class on board the SCS Deep Ship 86.
Attention all hands. This is your commander speaking. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your fine performance during our recent episode, A Stitch in Time Saves Gamma 9. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a gesture of appreciation, we're putting in for shore leave on Polysorbate 60. Enjoy yourselves, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Kielbasa out.
Meanwhile, in a deserted warehouse just outside the galaxy,
I don't care how you do it, gentlemen, so long as his body is intact. Do you understand?
Yes, we got it. Yes, right, we got it. Yes, right.
Good. Now, I believe you'll find him here, on Polysorbate 60, on shore leave.
Okay, I'm ready. Energize!
as we join our hero, Roger Wilco, he has just been transported to the surface of Polysorbate 60 to enjoy a little shore leave. Apparently, there was a minor glitch in the process. Well, at least you got here with all your important parts, your hands, your mouth, and your stomach.
Oh, great! Real wonderful. Nice beam job, you metallic piece of scrap. Jeez, this is snug. Real snug. You know, it actually makes me feel kind of good. I remember when I used to wear my mom's well, never mind. No time for nostalgia. I've got a serious extraction problem to work out first.
That's your current Buckazoid collection. It's your trusty whisk broom and dustpan. Your reach is about as great as your personal depth. Your reach is about as great as your personal depth. Your reach is about as great as your personal depth. That's delightfully non-helpful.
Thank you, my good man. Yikes, I hope everything came out with me.
Yes, you actually left a cool-looking mold of your lower torso. Well, actually, it's not that impressive. The street seems to reflect the same care and sense of community pride that the rest of the area enjoys. The street seems to reflect the same care and... You'd think, if indeed you did, that a guy with the skin quality of a pachyderm wouldn't have a problem with this climate. Deep inside, he chuckles to himself with the thought that you think he might actually care what you have to say. Rats! The cinema appears to be closed. You were really hoping to see Tango and Cash 27. It's one of those Bjorn guys. It's so cute when they talk about assimilating everyone.
Hey!
He ignores you. Get used to it. Deep inside, he chuckles to himself with the thought that you think he might actually care what you have to say. Bootlicker appears to be open for business. The Cyclops Club doesn't appear to be doing business. Bearing signs indicating the names of the streets which create this intersection, a light pole illuminates the area. What a mistake that is. Like anyone would want to see more of this place. Bearing signs indicating the names of the streets. Bearing signs indicate... Bootlicker appears to... The dumpster is nearly the cleanest item in the area. And you thought you were a slob. The street seems to reflect... That's an interesting piece of hardware. Your normally dim power of recollection actually recalls having seen a picture of one of these in the ship library. Get this. It's called a bike. People used to actually get on these and use their own muscles to achieve locomotion. What losers. Upon closer inspection, you notice some sort of ID card hanging on the frame. Upon grabbing the ID card, you notice the picture on it is of a rather homely-looking alien type. Guess everyone can't be as fortunate as you. It's the alien ID you snagged from that rusty bike. That's a fairly hideous picture of the former owner. It makes the average Department of Motor Vehicles photographer look like Ansel Adams. What's that? It looks like the end of a used Q-tip. Interesting. She appears to be waiting for someone. She might be one of those professional ladies your mom told you about. She says, "Scrump off, you little felchmonger."
It probably seemed like a good idea to you at one time.
A very odd fixture occupies a good portion of this corner. Its purpose is irrelevant, as it seems to be the victim of a lack of maintenance and some sort of clinging mineral-like deposit, which have been laid down in several arch-shaped patterns. A sensible person would be afraid to find out what this caps off. That being the case, I'll take the liberty of telling you that it's something you don't want to mess with. It's one of those new Kodak mobile photo booths. I heard they were beta testing those. You pop a coin in the slot and climb on in.
All right, I'm looking pretty good. Fire away. There's got to be an optics problem with that machine. I look partially digested.
Good thing you didn't opt for that second set of prints after all. Guess that guy won't be filing any complaints with the Portable Business Association.
You quite cleverly paste your picture over the old one on the ID card.
So this is Stooge Fighter 3. Doesn't look so tough to me.
Say, partner, care to indulge in a friendly game? By the way, the name's Jerkwad. What's your mama call you?
A mistake. But my friends call me Roger. Roger Wilco.
Well, it's darn fine to meet you, Roger. So, what do you say to a friendly little round of Stooge Fighter 3?
Gosh, Mr. Jerkwad, that sounds neat.
Let's get ready to rumble!
See that? Hit that! Oh, a wise guy! See that? Hit that! See that? Hit that! See that? Hit that!
Joe wins. Rumble.
See that? Hit that! Oh, a wise guy! See that? Hit that!
That wouldn't
a wise guy. See that? Hit that. Oh, a wise guy. See that? Hit that.
Corny Joe wins the match. He murdered you.
Wow, man. I guess I got real lucky. Or maybe you were holding back on me. Nah, you wouldn't do that, would you? You don't look that bright. I mean, that probably isn't your style. Wanna play again?
Not now, thanks. Hello, Mr. Bouncer?
He pays very little attention. You're pretty used to it. But someday...
Hey!
I wonder if you... Nah, what was I thinking?
You start to say something and then you...
I hope I never get so far gone that I end up talking to myself like this. Hey!
Buddy, maybe you can help me out. I'm trying to track down this Ender Droid. I'm an Ender Droid runner. I know it don't look so hot, but I'm in disguise, you know?
In disguise? Yeah, you do look disguised. I just don't know what like. Hey, here's a tip. Think seriously about a flea dip.
I could really use your help getting this one. I've had a hell of a time tracking him down. You've gotta help me. Tell you what, if you can find and immobilize this bionic beer opener, it's worth 50 buckazoids to you. What do you say to that? I've scoured this dung heap and haven't seen synthetic hide nor hair of him. All that's left to check is that bar. I'd go in there myself, you see, but I've had a little misunderstanding with the management. No biggie. I'm sure it'll blow over soon. Anyway, can you help me out? What do you say? 50 buckazoids. And if you don't mind me saying it, you look like you could use it. So how about it?
Well, I don't know. What's this Endodroid thing look like? And why do you want it?
Well, he's about your height, only maybe a few inches higher. And I'd say about your weight, give or take 60 pounds or so. But then that's just probably because of that stuff he's made of. Kind of a liquid metal thing, but that's not important. He's got a crew cut, and I think he was wearing a long dark coat. Has a strange accent.
But why do you want him?
Oh, he made some people mad.
How?
Oh, I guess he sort of jumped out of his program and kind of killed and/or mangled a score or so of co-workers and, more importantly, management personnel. A big no-no. No big deal. I just gotta take him in for analysis and processing. It could help pull me out of my, unfortunate cash flow situation. And most importantly, it can mean 50 buckazoids for you. What do you say?
Well, I could use the buckazoids. I'll see what I can do.
Great. You won't regret it. You're gonna need this data quarter. It's been modified to only be sensitive to certain unique components like droidium, something only an android would be composed of. This'll help you root him out. Good luck. Let me know when you've got him. Thanks. I gotta go check in with the home office. I'll check back out here a little later to see how you're coming along.
It would appear that once again, Vice is a bit more profitable than most business ventures. This place is almost too hip for the planet. But then, that's no mean feat, given what a total heap this place appears to be.
Your words cause everything to become speechless. How dynamic of you.
I hope I never get so far gone that I end up talking to myself like this.
Yikes! I'll bet even old Fester Blatz hasn't seen one of these. Their conversation continues uninterrupted by you.
Your words cause everything to become speechless. How dynamic.
No one here is interested in conversing with you. Get used to it. Don't take it personally. Maybe it's just a species thing.
What can I do for you there, fella?
What have you got?
Well, aside from the obvious stuff which is glaring in your face from the back wall here, I do make some mixed drinks. If I do say so myself, I make a pretty mean William Gibson and a pretty good ass-em-off cocktail, you know what I mean, huh? Hey, I got you. Try a fuzzy toe jam. They seem to be pretty popular with your particular species here.
You know what? I think I'll pass.
What can I do for you? Okay, you got it, pal.
It's too humiliating to sit alone. That wouldn't prove fulfilling. Wow, this sucker makes even you look like GQ material. Gee, an empty booth. A waitress hovers about, tray in claw, tending to the upstairs clientele. It makes decent tips, especially for a synthetic being. A waitress hovers about, tray in claw, tending to the upstairs clientele. It makes decent tips, especially for a synthetic. Your utterances fall on uninterested oral organs. He, or whatever it is, emits what you think is a dim-witted guffaw. You rarely feel so conversationally superior, at least with animate objects. You aren't certain, but it's quite possible you were invited to establish an inordinately close relationship with yourself. Perhaps I misunderstood. Your utterances fall on Gee, an empty booth. The walls up here maintain the same conduit theme as below. Wow, fancy. That's an interesting idea. As cool as it would be to interface these two, it would appear that pretty cool looking, huh?
Hey, buddy, get your paws out of my tips or I'll liberate your favorite organ. I'll even let you choose. Or you can leave my tips alone and you won't have to worry about that decision. It's up to you.
Boy, wouldn't it be cool if that really worked? That's an interesting idea. Boy, wouldn't it... Excellent guess, Kreskin. Wrong, but excellent. It would appear... You hear them say, geez, our skimmer's double hovered. We gotta run. The railings make a fair attempt at... The druggies are gone, leaving a partially used nitro. You snag the 4 hoses. Never know when you're going to meet that special lady. The canister snaps neatly into the conduit opening.
It probably seemed like a good idea to you at one time.
Ah, so you're with Sorbate Security, huh? Yeah, what can I get for you, Chief?
What have you got?
Well, aside from the obvious stuff which is glaring in your face from the back wall here, I do make some mixed drinks. I mean, if I do say so myself, I make a pretty mean William Gibson and a pretty good ass-em-off cocktail, you know what I mean, huh? Hey, I got you. Try a fuzzy toad jam. They seem to be pretty popular with your particular species here. I got just the thing for you guys. It's something I don't even give the regulars here. What do you think, huh?
Make me a double uvula spritzer. Twist a fleck rind, and I want it hacked and whipped, not like one of those shaken or stirred sissy drinks.
Okay, coming right up, Chief. Listen, this'll take a couple of minutes, but feast your eyes on the making of it, all right?
Oh, that's just fine. Take your time, my good man.
Yow! You quickly close that valve again! Yow! You quickly close that valve again! This one doesn't spew anything. Yow! You quickly close that valve again! Don't touch that. We don't know where you've been. It feels slightly gritty. You suppress an urge to dust it. With a flick of your very supple wrist, you pull the conduit loose from below the valve. Oops! That tangled web you wove won't work like that. You carefully untangle the twisted mass of hookah hoses and then rehook the hoses to create one long hose. It reminds you of Christmas time back home when you enjoyed untangling the Christmas lights and saying to yourself, I get so much satisfaction from cleaning and straightening. One day, I'll be the best janitor ever. Well, at least one part of that dream came true. You are a janitor. You rehook the hoses to create one long one. Careful, combining those items might cause a rip in the space-time continuum, a tear in the very fabric of space itself. Or not. Try the other conduit first, just for fun. Humor me. Try the other. It probably seemed like a good idea. Boy, wouldn't it be... That's an... It probably seemed like a... Try the other... Try the other. That's an interesting idea. As excellent. That's an
Hey there, guy. Come on now. Hey, you can't come back here. You want something? You let me know, all right?
The hookah hose is now attached to the leftmost conduit.
So you...
Make me a double uvula spritzer.
Okay.
Oh, that's just fine.
You pick up the loose end of the hookah hose. You complete the connection between the two conduits. Woof, woof. Adventure game stress must really be getting to you if you want to get romantic with that.
It's that tank of nitro I drug over here. Weren't you paying attention?
Nitro begins to flow through the tubing and into the conduit. Can't you see he's working the room here? He's expecting a babe stampede any minute now. His lifespan, no matter how long, will never be enough. But hey, a guy can dream. Impressed by his own perceived magnificence, this wannabe babe magnet stands and just radiates cool. The subtle and well-designed lighting scheme distorts dimensional perception. and creates an atmosphere conducive to the consumption of the very products this establishment peddles. What's with the interior designer? The bartender, noticing the hose attached to the bent conduit, disconnects it, much to your chagrin. You summon the ability to leave it alone. It feels slightly gritty. You suppress an urge to dust it. Well, that wasn't too bad for a borderline physical specimen like you. It didn't quite get the job done, though. Nah, you still haven't convinced the door to yield to your obviously superior physical presence. Wow, you really did it! Not exactly the subtlest of entry techniques, but effective. That's pretty macho for the likes of you. Who would have guessed you'd have the makings of a Starsky or a Hutch, or a Tango or a Cash?
You go now, and I don't rearrange your organs. There, that's a great improvement. Look much better now.
Well, he did warn you. I'm not going to say he told you so, but he did. This is one of the only open conduits. This is one of the only open...
So you're with Polly So...
What have you got?
Well, aside from the... I got just the thing.
Make me a double uvula spritzer.
Okay.
Oh, that's just fine.
You pick up the loose end of the hookah. You complete the connection between the two conduits. Nitro begins to flow through the tubing and into the conduit.
Frosta la Kista, baby.
Wow, it worked! This dude's in a deep freeze. But now what are you going to do with him? Bummer, it looks... Yes, it looked... Yep, he sure did. Boy, that's gotta hurt. I'm not going to say he told... They won't do you any... Bummer, it looks like your friend has reconstituted... Yes, it... Yep, he sure did. Boy, I'm not going to say he told you so, but he did. They won't do... They won't... They won't... It wouldn't be... Bummer, it... Yes, it... Yep, he sure did. Boy, that's gotta hurt. I'm not going to say he told you so, but he did. Bummer. Yes, it... Yep, he sure did. I'm not going to say he told...
so you're with Polysorbate Security.
What have you got?
Well, aside from... I got just...
Make me a double uvulus...
Okay.
Oh, that's just fine.
As cool as it would be, you pick up the loose end of the hookah hose. You complete the connection between the two conduits. Nitro begins to flow through the tubing and into the conduit.
Frostalakista.
Wow, it worked! Cool, laying a solid blow upside the head of this frigid felon has reduced him to cubes. He's not too hard to handle now. That's an interesting idea. Not a good one, but interesting nonetheless. As cool... Excellent guess, Kreskin. Wrong. Bummer. It looks like your friend has reconstituted. This could be a painful development. Yes, it looks like he's going to beat the... Yep, he sure did. Boy, that's gotta hurt. I'm not going to say he told you so, but he did. Excellent.
Huh, so you're with Polly...
What have you got?
Well, aside from... I got just the thing.
Make me a double U...
Okay.
Oh, that's just fine.
You pick up the loose end of the hookah hose. You complete the connection between the two. Nitro begins to flow through the tubing and into the conduit. Wow! Cool, laying a solid blow up. You quite cleverly whisk the cubed culprit into your dustpan. It's going to be tough to carry him this way, though. Very good. He'll be much more transportable this way. However, you'd better hope it doesn't thaw. The bartender, noticing the whole...
Here's your cubed compadre. Where's my 50 buckazoids?
No bull. You really got him, huh? I mean, good job.
Yeah, I really got him. And I could really use my 50 buckazoids.
Tell you what, I'll pay you when they pay me.
No, I need the money now, or I let the guy fall right here, right now.
No, just a minute. You don't want to do that. Hold on to your alimentary contents. I got it here. Here, you happy? I'll just be taking that tray. Been a special treat doing business with you.
He's too far away.
Hey! Say, you look familiar. Didn't I kick your butt in a huge robot once?
Oh yeah, that. I hope to forget that. It was the beginning of my undoing. I was a laughingstock around the company in the final days of Scumsoft. Oh well, if that hadn't gotten me, some of my other creative management techniques would have. In looking at the big picture, I suppose that arrangement left me with all my physical assets intact. Not a single other thing, unfortunately. I'm humiliated to admit that I have, on rare occasion, resorted to selling cheat sheets for arcade games. I've got to maintain a fairly modest profile, I guess you could say. Time heals wounds and all that. Plus, maybe I can avoid a premature termination.
Wow, that's all very interesting. And very boring, if you don't mind my saying. What I want to know is, can you sell me a cheat sheet for Stooge Fighter 3?
Well, I think I may be able to facilitate that. I may have one in stock. Okay, here's what I need from you. A nice new bottle of Coldsortian brandy. If you can deliver that, I think we can call it a deal. My people, I'll be waiting to take delivery from you so that we can put a bow on this deal. Catch you later.
This little fleshwad looks familiar. You wonder what he's doing here. Must have been a victim of the telecommunications wars. Your words cause everything to become speechless. How dynamic of you. Roger, you're enough of a mess when you're straight. Getting a buzz will certainly not... Roger, you're enough of... It's most uninteresting.
Hi there.
Howdy there, partner. The name's Paw Conshohocker. Yeah, that's my name. I'm the proprietor of this here establishment here. Now, anything I can sell you, why, you just let me know. But if you steal anything, I'll be forced to kind of kill you. Welcome.
That sounds fair. So, Pa, what's the stuff behind you?
Oh, that, eh? Why, there's the good stuff, sonny. I got some real fine stuff back here. Oh, yeah, I do. That's cold Saurian brandy. That's what that is. Best available in these parts here. Now, it's way out of your price range, I'm sure. It goes for 20 buckazoids per.
I'd like a bottle of your cold Saurian brandy, please.
Well, so you're interested in the good stuff, eh? I'll just take that 20. Thank you. I haven't sold much of this stuff lately, except for some sorry-looking little pud. Oh, hey, that reminds me. He still owes me some money. Oh, I can't believe I fell for that scam. Oh, well, enjoy, sucker.
A stack of papers lay unattended on the floor. Apparently, Pa doesn't get in a big hurry to put stuff away. The headline reads, Lindbergh baby kidnapped. The shelves of this interesting establishment hold just about every kind of swill a buzz junkie could want. Of course, whether or not you would survive this stuff is another question.
Yes! Mr. Wilco, I'm most pleased you've chosen to do business with us. You're just in time, too. I have another party on his way interested in the same item. Oh, well, his loss. Well, I'll take that off your hands. Now, per our agreement, here's your cheat sheet. I'm certain you'll find the game much more interesting now. Also, you look like you could use this fish. Enjoy, Mr. Wilco. I have a real important business in another part of town. Be seeing ya. Oh, by the way, I'd appreciate if you'd not mention our meeting to anyone. Some of those purple-skulled old stockholders really hold a grudge, okay? Bye-bye.
Elmo has definitely taken a turn for the worse. You'd like to think it was your exit from the admittedly captive rank of that off-world sweat orb, Scumsoft Incorporated. It was probably something dumb like a compulsion for pet projects or personally beneficial programs over those things important to the company as a whole. That couldn't be it. Pretty cool looking, huh? You poke it and prod it and generally make it feel like a piece of meat. It's the Stooge Fighter 3 cheat sheet you got from Elmo.
To guarantee a win, the cheat sheet says, when at the choice screen, press the machine's letter buttons in the following order: A, B, B, A, C, A, C, A. Then, Be aggressive and attack as much as possible using your new secret weapon.
It's one of those Bjorn guys. It's so cute when they talk about assimilating everyone.
Hi, Mr. Jerkwad. How about another game of Stooge Fighter? I'm feeling a little luckier this time.
You know, kid, I'd really like to, but I need a little more of a challenge. Take a long walk off a short asteroid, okay?
What's the matter? Afraid a measly little pencil-neck low-life janitor and general waste of human life is going to embarrass you in front of your friends?
Well said.
Hold on there, you little puke! I'm not afraid of some puny little zit on the butt of the universe!
Jerkwad is a scaredy cat. Jerkwad is a scaredy cat.
Alright, you little wad of spit, let's play. I'll waste you. Tell you what, let's make it interesting. If you win, I'll give you 300 buckazoids. However, if I win, you're mine to do with as I see fit. The deal? Oh, this is gonna be fun! Oh, you're a bit puny, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a few buckazoids for you over at the slave colony.
I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you quite right. Did you say slave colony?
Too late to back out, bored breath.
I knew that.
Let's get ready to rumble!
See that? Hit that!
Kuya! Kuya!
Nga, 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 nga.
Kuya! 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 Kuya!
See that? Hit that! See that? Hit that!
Kuya! Kuya!
See that? Hit that!
Rumble.
Big Mo wins. Unblemished victory.
Rumble.
Oh, a white guy.
Big Mo wins the match.
How lucky can a guy get? That was pure luck. Jeez.
Where's my money?
Here. Now, if I were you, I'd make myself scarce, you little lump of phlegm. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my temper, and all that's gonna be left of you is teeth and toenails.
Your utterances fall on uninterested oral organ. You drool. What's that? It looks like the end of a used Q-tip. Even you recognize the symbols on the barrels. And do you really need a nice supply of toxic waste? I think not. What, do you want to get a scum souvenir sample to send back to the family? Tell you what, let's just act like you never thought it was a good idea. Okay? This one's labeled fresh. By the looks of things around here, fresh is a very relative term. That bores me so. It looks a... That bores... Not much going... Not much...
Oh, that one there's a beaut. Has a dang airbag built right in. It's great for when your beast's motor skills just aren't up to par. Oh, they were designed during the days of warp drive testing. They didn't always pick clean courses to test run in them days, and there would be an occasional warp speed asteroid strike, which of course resulted in a seriously non-graceful deceleration, you might say.
What's special about this Abby-normal guy? Good night, Mr. Feldman, wherever you are.
Yeah, this is the only place on the planet to get a good lobe piercing, I tell ya. And even though we don't have to, we do use only Lorshan quality body part piercing products. Less chance of pus buildup and drainage that way. That stuff tends to dull the erythrium coating on the hardware.
An empty tank of gen blood sits in the dust. A generic synthetic blood which was originally designed for use as a temporary blood substitute in the event of traumatic loss. It has become a favorite in the You Build a Beast Brotherhood.
Them syringes you can use with lidocaine if you got some. Sometimes you gotta give old Butch a jump start right at first.
The drawers seem to be crammed with Mahdi's plug-in modification implants and the various adapters necessary to make them work universally. Pester has quite a collection of these, which is surprising. The sale of those things was banned years ago.
Howdy, stranger. The name's Blatz. Fester Blatz. Welcome to Implants and Stuff. Go ahead. Have a look around at some of the most interesting replacement body components this lovely planetoid has to offer.
Oh, a nice fresh sales pitch.
Wow, an Apple II Plus running biorhythms. You thought IBM had rounded all those up and landfilled them decades ago, back when Apple started the push to open home computing to the public, making it fun and accessible.
Brain-dead products have been a staple of the home-built being hobbyist for decades now. They make a fine line of adapter plugs which allow for cross-species component swapping. Means you'll be able to pick up parts anywhere other beings exist. Nice deal, huh?
They also make a pretty fine Mahdi. Get tired of what kind of mood your droid, or spouse for that matter, is in? Why, you just slap in one of those babies and bingo! You can modify them into a whole new attitude. Find a wife type who won't pay some big buckazoids for that. Too bad the sale of them is illegal. About all I do is trade for 'em. It's one of them loopholes, guess you could say. Kinda developed a hobby of collecting the suckers.
Hey!
He ignores you. Get used to it.
Hey!
He ignores you. Get used to it. Let's not and say we did. Real cute. Climb the pole and switch the signs. How juvenile. But then again, we're talking about you. Nonetheless, forget it. There's almost no traffic to confuse anyway. The barrel's a little too hot to mess with. Even you know better than that. Let's not and say we did. Not unlike your fellow humans, they pay you no mind. Let's not and say not a good idea. You could never have enough Buckazoids, mop breath. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting. Those are some interesting-looking dudes. Must be a couple of real losers, since they seem to be dateless. Of course, that won't be a problem for you once word gets around that you've hit the planet. Can you believe he actually thinks that? At some time in a life that might have existed eons ago, these ghosts of flora past might have been called plants. Your words are so Your words... He seems to be ignoring you. It says, if you have a Buckazoid, give a Buckazoid. If you need a Buckazoid, take a Buckazoid. Not too surprisingly, it's empty. Nice place if you're a fan of dives.
Okay, son, you just scribble your old Bill Shatner on the register screen and I'll get your key card. It's as fine a room as you'll find on this orb.
You have a brief moment of what you think is cleverness. You decide to wittily sign the name Franzel Neekberm.
Okay, here's your key card. Don't lose it. Room 1220J. Up the elevator. Franzel Neekberm. If I had a Buckazoid for every time I'd seen that name, I'd be sitting pretty. I could afford one of those fancy fur-lined donut thingies that... What was I saying? Anyway, enjoy your stay. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell someone.
Gee, thanks. Say, could you tell me where...
I'm a real busy guy, son. You got any questions, why don't you just go find the Chamber of Commerce and talk to them. I'm sure they'll be glad to help you out. Be seeing ya.
You give the bell a pass with your hand. The manager doesn't exactly spring to life in response, but he does stir a bit and grant you a segment of one eye. That's delightfully non-helpful. Just as you are about to insert the key card so you can go inside and check out your new digs, you notice those two goony-looking dudes from the lobby walking in your direction at a rather deliberate pace. Perhaps they're going to welcome you to the place or show you where the ice machine is.
Hey there, pal. Got a second? Me and my friend here was wondering something.
Fire away. What did you want to know?
Well, we was wondering if you'd have any objection to us pounding you senseless. Grab 'em and let's get moving. I gotta report in soon. You puny little scumbag. I can't believe anyone would want you. One thing's for sure, you sure ain't gonna be seeing your home son ever again. Hey, Nigel, let's get back to it, huh? We got things to do and places to go. Now, just sit there and be still and be quiet, little man. I've got some things to finish before I finish you.
Don't even bother looking in your pockets. You are carrying nothing. Nada, zip, zero, zilch. That's delightfully non. Don't pick at it. You'll only make it worse. You summon the ability to leave it alone. That wouldn't prove fulfilling.
Hey, what the fu— I don't want to see you move another inch or I'm gonna slice you into nice little bite-sized pieces. Now, can it?
Don't pick it. You can't reach her from here. You struggle, but it's simply out of your grasp. Like algebra. You are now a proud nail owner.
That's the keyring nail I got from the wall.
You get fingerprints all over it. It would appear that merging those two items— that's an interesting idea. It probably seemed like a good idea to you. Good thinking. The nail proves to be just what you needed to free yourself from those handcuffs. Don't get all excited, Little Red Riding Hood. You aren't out of those woods yet. You summon the ability to— As cool as it would be to interface these two items, no good would come of it. As cool as it would be. You carefully lay the rug on the floor. Even though you were never known for your interior decorating talents, you feel very satisfied with the location you have chosen. Your body is now carrying a nice static charge. Wow, the static energy you built up discharged, frying Lard Boy's circuitry. Did you actually think of that, or was it just luck? Smooth move. You've got his keyring. The desk feels... That wouldn't prove fulfilling. That's an interesting idea. Not a good one, but interesting nonetheless. Excellent guess, Kreskin. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if that really worked? Your search through the CDs reveals a bunch of typically boring multimedia magazines. A multimedia phone book. Too bad there aren't any phones around here. The Outpost Project Survival Successful MF-DOS for Turing Xenon on Discovering Your Inner How to Become Assigned to Being a Corporate Creator. This might be worth checking out. It's a copy of Popular Tektronix.
I'm not touching that.
You now possess the Mahdi. Her skin feels puffy and rubbery, as if her internal body pressure has risen. It must be Regalian bladderwort fever.
Well, 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 the worm is out of the hole. So, you have to ask yourself, do I feel lucky? Well, do I, punk?
This box is full of daddies. Daddies are modules which, when inserted into intercranial slots, give the user complete knowledge of whatever topic is programmed into that particular daddy. A box of MODIs, behavioral modification Eurocircuit chips, lies under the desk. You poke and prod amongst the MODIs until you find a MODI labeled churlish. Being intrigued by the word, you glom it. Incidentally, you might want to look up the word churlish before you do anything stupid. Nothing happened. In this galaxy, those two items don't do anything together. Maybe it's different in your neck of the woods, huh? Careful, combining those items might cause a rip in the space-time continuum. Careful, combining those items might... Nothing happened. You rummage around in the box to look for something useful, but all you find is an almost complete set of line. You poke around and look for something useful. In this galaxy, nothing happens. See, most games would just give you a generic response when you try something useless like that. But we've custom-tailored this response exactly for you. It's a burlesque Mahdi.
That's the churlish Mahdi I found in that box.
This is the data corder you got from that endodroid hunter dude. It's a somewhat damaged CD-ROM disc. It's that Lard Master's keyring. That label won't come off. That label won't come off. The corner of the label in this Mahdi seems to be loose. Thinking it was the churlish Mahdi, he pops it in place. Unfortunately, your brainwave patterns are far too puny to that. There is nothing wrong with a subspace neurotransmitter controller. Do not attempt to adjust the controller. We are controlling transmission. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can change your mind to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. Unfortunately, it's Nigel's belt, complete with a damping field actuator and a nifty personal grooming assistant. Yuck! It's the hair you pulled from Nigel's personal grooming assistant. It's the damping field actuator. No, that's just not a good idea now. Thank goodness, now that you've got that damping field shut off, you can check out that damping field controller unit so that maybe you can shut off that... Oh yeah, that's a real sound idea. You have no reason to check out the damping field controller unit now. The room is no longer giving off that low-level hum.
Boy, this terrace is a nice change from the stink-laden confines of that apartment.
Wow, that's a signed poster of the lead singer for that country western band, Hall and Az. It's just another picture of a heavenly body. It feels slightly gritty. You suppress... It's the damping field actuator. This is the data corder you got from that endodroid hunter dude. It's a somewhat damaged CD-ROM disc. It's that Lard Master's keyring. Yuck! It's the hair you pulled from Nigel's personal grooming assistant. While that's an interesting idea, the power must be on before you can reconfigure this unit. Don't open the data coder when it's switched on. Doing so could damage some of the delicate internal components, such as your central nervous system. Didn't that Sally Struthers Learn at Home course teach you not to stack components on top of each other? There's already a plate in this socket.
Stellar, you picked up my homing signal. I can't believe I actually made it work. Now no one can say I spent a little bit too much free time in the bathroom with Popular Tektronix.
Popular Tektronix? Who are you trying to kid? I know what you were reading in there.
What was that voice, Roger? I thought I heard something.
Pay no attention, Stellar. It was probably just a mechanical flatulence from the ship.
Anyway, we received a transmission from a nearby StarCon communications monitoring platform. They told us of some unusual signal originating from the area of polysorbate 60. We dialed it in, scanned the coordinates, and found you.
So what are you doing in this sector, Stellar? I thought you were stationed on the SCS Heinz 57.
I am. I had some leave accumulated and decided to take it. This is kind of embarrassing for me. I actually came to see you. I've been thinking about you a lot lately, and I was curious about what you'd been up to, so I decided to visit. And when I arrived here, I found you had just left for shore leave on polysorbate. I decided to follow you down and try and catch up with you. When I got to that dump of an inn and found you'd been kidnapped by those thugs, I searched around, but could find no trace of where they'd taken you. That certainly is a strange place. I decided to beam back up to the deep ship and try to locate you through your transport communicator signal. When I'd returned, I found you'd left it up here on the ship. I didn't know what to do then until that call came through from the StarCon installation. You're a lucky man, Wilco.
Yeah. I guess I am. If you hadn't gotten there when you did, I'd probably be a victim of some serious cement poisoning after those geeks chucked me off that balcony.
Terrace.
What?
Well, actually, it was a terrace.
Whatever. Thanks, Stellar. I sure owe you a big one.
I'd sure like to collect that sometime. But let's talk about you and me. Perhaps I could take you to dinner sometime soon.
I'd like that, Stellar. I'd like that a lot. The thing is that I kind of have a relationship with another, and I wouldn't feel very comfortable about that. I mean, it wouldn't be fair to her. You understand? Not to mention the fact I'd be wearing my sphincter for a necklace if Beatrice ever found out. I hope you do understand, Stellar. I like you. I think I even more than like you. I don't know where I got this inordinate sense of loyalty toward Beatrice.
I believe the word that explains that is fear.
Pound sand, pal. Please know that were the situation any different, I'd be making that date with you right now.
Oh, I see. Friends, co-workers, buddies. That's all this is gonna be. I guess I knew it somewhere inside. I just didn't want to believe it. I guess I admire your trueness of heart, however misplaced. But I feel much more inclined to damn you for it. I know that's selfish, but it's how I feel. I must admit it shows something more about you, more depth of character than I gave you credit for, Wilco. Well, I'm patient if you ever have a change of heart. Well, Roger, we should
We should see what we can find out about those subhuman walking dumpsters that had such a keen interest in you. I don't suppose you heard their names.
No, but I did get this neat personal grooming assistant. It needs a little cleaning, but...
That's great, Roger. Don't clean it, though. Take it to the sick bay. There's a DNA analyzer there. We can scan the contents and perhaps use the results to get some names and information about these guys.
Good thinking, Stellar. I probably would have thought of it, eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have, Roger. Look, I've got to go to sick bay and get some treatment for my back after that not-so-graceful rescue.
Oh, yeah, that. Sorry. Well, I'll see you there.
Commander, I am receiving a message from StarCon.
Computer, on screen.
Hello, Commander Kilbasa. I have a new directive for Deep Ship 86. This is actually a special request from me, Commander. As you may know, I served with Admiral Bluntfang during the Fallopian Campaign. Admiral Bluntfang's widow is involved in building an off-world retirement community. They are almost finished, but have requested assistance from Deep Ship 86. Commander, please extend her every courtesy. You know, if things go well, this would not look too bad in your personnel file. I will let Sharpay, the Admiral's widow, explain further.
Hello, Commander Kilbasa. As Admiral Toolman mentioned, we have almost completed our project here, but could use StarCon assistance. To be honest, Commander, I pulled a few strings, but this is an important mission, I assure you. Since you are scheduled to be present for the dedication of the Golden Light Year's Retirement Center anyway, I hoped you might alter your travel plans to accommodate an earlier arrival. From the information provided me by my old friend, the Admiral, you would be able to warp here within a few hours. I require some assistance from your ship, as well as one of your crew members. Allow me to explain.
Meanwhile, back in sickbay. Many things rest on the center console. Most of them are merely non-functional screen dressing. Pretty cool looking, eh? Hey, don't put your mouth on that. Your words cause everything to become speechless. How dynamic of you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco. The sequencer is for use by trained personnel only. Obviously, you don't fit that description. I'm afraid I can't allow you to use it.
Ah, come on, Jebba. Be a pal. Who'll know?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco. It's a StarCon regulation. I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco. The sequencer is for use by trained...
Ah, come on, Jebba. Be a...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilco.
Hey, don't put your mouth on that.
Jeez, Jebba. Who's gonna know? Let me try this one thing. I'll be out of your way. No one will find out.
I don't know, Mr. Wilco. I'm not one to break regulations. I really don't think it's a good idea.
I swear, it'll only take a minute. We're out in the middle of nowhere. No one will find out. And I'll tell you what, anytime you want it, one free plunge job, day or night. What do you say?
Well, I don't know.
It'll only take a minute or two, really. Come on, Jebba, be a pal.
Well, okay, but just this once. If anyone finds out I'm sunk, then I'll come looking for you to take it out on. Keep that in mind.
No problem. I'll be done in a flash.
I really don't know why I'm doing this.
This is the program card you got from sickbay. Don't pick at it, you'll only make it worse. That's delightfully non-helpful.
Neat. I've always wanted to try one of these on the compost. Oh, hi, Stellar. I hope your back's feeling better.
They just finished treating me, and it is starting to feel better. However, I was told to lay off rescuing people for a while, especially you. So, did you have any luck?
I got some information from the sample I ran through the DNA sequencer. When I tried it, all I got was a name. All it said after that was that the file is closed. I wonder why that is.
I don't know for sure, Roger, but it seems a bit suspicious. When a file is marked like that, there's usually a very good reason. Most frequently, it indicates the file is closed for intelligence purposes, or it's legally sealed by some judicial body. In the case of those tubs of guts that grabbed you, I'd have to say it's not a government agency directly behind it. It sounds more like someone with access from the outside to a friend or two inside. A more paranoid person might say this smells way wrong.
Then again, when did you last change your socks?
If the files are sealed, then we have nothing to go on.
True. The only thing I can think of is that they may be accessible by jacking into cyberspace. I've never done it, but I know it can be done.
So I guess this means you won't be trying it first. I'd love to try it, but I can't since we don't know how.
Well, actually, I read it can be done with the help of a cyber jack and headset and a cyberspace jack interface module. The article said there are several things to access out there and that there's a vast library of files to browse. It said that the Information Superhighway project is a little behind schedule, but that there are some operative areas. Other than that, I don't have a clue as to how we can gain any information about them.
So you think this cyberspace thing could work?
Well, I can only tell you what I've read. Navigating it takes a little patience, but I think it's the only option you have. I don't know if you'll locate a cyberjack and headset. Because of the delays in the project, they've become more like collector's items than marketable, functionable products.
We do have cyberjack modules built into the compost.
That's true. Of course, we won't know anyway without the jack.
That bites. I wonder where we could find one of those.
I wish I knew, Roger. There must be some place.
Attention! We are now orbiting the Delta Berxalon 5 colony as requested by StarCon. Most of you know your assignments as they have been broadcast to your composts. Please represent StarCon properly. Kilbasa, out.
You better get moving since you don't know yet what your assignment is. I have some checking around to do. We'll talk later.
Thanks, Stellar. I'll see you soon. Maybe we can work in that dinner.
You won't need that hint book. You've already won Space Quest 4, haven't you? The table appears to be composed entirely. Don't bother with it. The batteries are dead, and there's no alien language here to translate. You won't be needing the whistle. Unless there happens to be a star generator in the immediate vicinity, this remote won't be of any use to you whatsoever. And there isn't, so there won't. The Pocket Pal will be of no use to you whatsoever. It's AC, and the ship is DC. That cigar butt is a piece of your history. You would no sooner carry it around than you would your golden mop. That mop is a piece of your history. You would no sooner carry it around than you would your cigar butt. The table appears to be composed. That cigar butt is a piece of your history. That mop is a piece. You've long since used up all the matches in this book. You won't need it. It's reminding you of your inadequacy. You won't need that. Now's no time to catch up on your picking up your clothes? Damn it, Roger, you're a janitor and not a responsible adult. It wouldn't be prudent to do that at this juncture. Leave it alone, it's not a toy. Besides, you'd probably cut yourself. Like last time. Don't touch that. We don't know where you've been. Don't pick it up. You've already broken it several times. Now the port stabilizer flange is out of configuration by 5.2%, which could result in a warp core breach. Now you've done it. You've really done it. It feels slightly gritty. That wouldn't prove full. Don't try to get anything out of this machine. You'll only succeed in getting your fingers stuck to the replicator. Again. Feels clean for once. No, there's nothing behind the poster. You never learned how to work these controls. That's why you keep everything that should be in the closet scattered around the room.
Wow, a message for me. I must be getting popular. I wonder what it is.
Wilco, Commander Kilbasa here. I have a special assignment for you. A crew person of special skills is required on Delta Berxilon 5. In the spirit of StarCon cooperation, we have decided to offer them your assistance. Transport there immediately. Kilbasa out.
You get fingerprints all over it.
Okay, I'm ready. Energize!
Commander Kielbasa and that other guy look like they're just finishing up a conversation.
Janitor Wilco, Dr. Bellows and I were just talking about you. Please report to Sharpay's quarters, Janitor Wilco. She is in need of someone with your special skill set. Be quick about it.
Yes, sir. Janitor second class, Roger Wilco, reporting as ordered, ma'am.
Wilco, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Wilco, I expected you here some time ago. I've been kept waiting for minutes now.
I'm very sorry, Matt.
Save the pathetic whimperings for your StarCon superiors, which I would expect includes everyone and everything on the food chain over there.
Ma'am, I came as...
Young man, I lack the time, and most importantly, the patience to indulge you as you whine your way from one excuse to the next. May we please just begin?
Sorry, but I wasn't briefed on what tasks would be required of me.
You are a janitor, Mr. Wilco. What do you think I want from you, a heart transplant? What has become of StarCon? When my fifth husband, Admiral Bluntfang, served, the crop of up-and-coming cadets seemed to have such promise. I recall this one rather striking cadet who... Oh, well, never mind that. But you... I pray you do not typify what might be slithering down the halls of our formerly prestigious academy. That is one thing I do not look forward to witnessing. Get to work, Mr. Wilco. You'll find a mop and a bucket right over there. I have no time to devote to your education. That would take a lifetime, and the most copious amount of patience a universe could muster. My life is soon to expire. Please, just clean. I must rest now. Mr. Wilco, please rattle the handle on that commode. It is positively maddening.
You got it, right away, ma'am. Whatever I can do.
Please do it, and quietly. I must have my rest. Mr. Wilco,
It is time for me to take my meds. Please fetch my trisonic sortium from the medicine cabinet.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe I can get this old hag to overdose.
What was that, janitor?
Nothing, ma'am. I'll get those for you right away. I can't find her medicine. I don't think she knows what she's talking about. Hey, what the...
While we await a fully formed thought from Roger, it should be mentioned that there seems to be some sort of gas entering the room through the left vent.
Hey, there seems to be some sort of gas entering the room through the left vent. I seem to be in a world of deep... Ah, jeez, the door!
That's not going to help. Move it, man! It wouldn't be prudent to do that. Don't pick at it. You'll only make it worse. It wouldn't be prudent to do that. That's not going to help. Move it! You don't need it, and you aren't here to... You summon the ability to... That wouldn't prove fulfilling. You give the piston a yank, and sure enough, it comes loose in your hands. Perhaps it was your raw strength. More than likely, it was defective. It's the Crap-O-Matic adjustable piston. Good thinking! Wedged in the door, the manual override control causes the piston to strain against the door. It pushes a few inches and seems to strain at that point.
Wilco!
Oh, hi, Stellar. What are you doing here?
There's no time to talk, Roger. We've got to get out of here now. 1, 2, 3.
Just as you crash to the floor of the turbo shaft, the hydro riser piston gives way, and the door slams shut, with Stellar still trapped inside. You claw and pull at the seams of the bulkhead door, but to no avail. Just then, you hear and feel an explosion, which seems to have come from behind the door. The door is sealed tight. You can hear no other noise after the ear ringing from the blast subsides.
My God! I can't believe this! It can't be happening! She was... I was... Stellar!
It's hard to believe that this is the Hollow Suite. The setting is much like the graphics you've scanned in the library from those planets more interesting in their climatic diversity. From the scenic jutting peaks, soft hills, and lake in the conjured distance to the lush, pixelized growth of trees, flowers, and grass in the foreground, the holodeck has that sublime park-like perfection. Unfortunately, its serene beauty is sadly negated by the headstones and the solemn event about to occur, the laying to rest of your rescuer and true friend, Stellar Santiago. You are feeling as you have never felt before, perhaps helped along by the relatively short stints aboard the various ships, as well as all too brief friendships. You've been spared the emotional devastation of true loss by lack of attachment. This, however, is a different feeling, far different from anything you've ever experienced. You can't help but wonder how you'd act towards Stellar given a second chance, but you know that can never happen. She gave her life for you, and you will never be able to thank her. Enough smarm already. Let's funeral!
Ladies and/or gentlemen, we assemble here today to honor the memory of a former crewmate, Lieutenant First Class Stella Santiago. Her unfortunate death takes place in the shadow of a new community, the dawning of a new life for the aged of our galaxy. Although death is never easy to accept, we must remember that the tragic accident which took her from our midst occurred while she was on duty. If a member of StarCon must perish for some reason, there is no more honorable way. It is part of the oath we recite and take to heart when we pledge our allegiance. I believe her friend, Janitor Second Class Roger Wilco, has a few words he'd like to say. Mr. Wilco?
I only knew Stellar for a short time. I wish I, could have gotten to know her much better. To have had a deeper understanding of this, person I was proud to have called friend. Of my friend, I can only say this. Of all the souls I have encountered in my cleaning, hers were the most scuff-resistant.
You summon the ability to leave it alone. You never learned how to work these controls. The closet isn't worth opening. Everything that you feels clean for once.
Wow, a message for me. I must be getting popular. I wonder what it is.
Roger, help me. I only have a moment. They faked.
Stellar, what happened? The picture's gone. You're alive? Commander Kilbasa, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've just received a distress message on my compost. And it was from Stellar.
Wilco, have you been whiffing cleaning fluid again?
I'm absolutely as sane as I've ever been. She's being held on Delta Berxilon by Sharpay.
Wilco, do you realize how irrational that sounds? We buried Stellar. You were there. Maybe you need a rest. Take a couple of hours off.
Sir.
Wilco, we have our orders from StarCon and we'll be carrying them out. Drop it, Janitor. Leave the bridge now, Wilco. I've made my decision.
Yeah, you rearrange the commander's chair and he'll rearrange you. Provided you could get your arm through the force field, which you can't, the creature from the ego would nip it off at the shoulder and you'd die horribly in a puddle of gore as the blood fountained from the gaping wound. Yeah, and we know exactly what you're thinking. Awesome. Let's see it. You summon the ability to leave it alone. Cell 106 is infamous for the permanent blood stain on the floor. That stain came into being when Red Bovine, a Ferbangi slave trader, tried to escape by crawling out the porthole and immediately imploded. That's why they refer to it as the Red Blood Cell. Cell 106 is... That's why they refer to it as... The cell walls feel cold, hard, and unforgiving. You feel a Johnny Cash song coming on.
Hello, Roger. Please join me in consuming something.
Thanks, Sydney.
You seem uptight.
Say what? Upright? What are you talking about, Sydney?
Uptight was the word. Perhaps that is too archaic a reference for you. It would have been more effective to say that you seem concerned.
Oh, yeah. I do have a thing or two, well, at least something on my mind.
I am sorry to hear this. I hope your concerns are soon alleviated.
Thanks, Sid. I do have to come up with some solutions.
Your words cause everything to become speechless. How? Don't interrupt them. They're on break. Besides, you stand less of a chance of being insulted or shot down. A guy can only take so much of that. It sure doesn't feel punctured.
This world's a great big ball of dirt with 50 billion souls who like to sit around and veg down in the dark like moles. But me, I'm just the kind of girl who loves the open air and bits of unburned hydrocarbons blowing through my hair. New soil and clear, at last it's here with clearly better taste. Less people too, like me and you, and less reprocessed waste. More hearty crunch for snacks or lunch, it's crystal clear to see. New soil and clear, the last frontier for folks like you and me. New soil and clear, clearly less people, clearly more taste.
You shouldn't try to open this door by tugging on it. You'll strip the gears, just like you did to the replicator in your quarters. The floor is totally...
Welcome to Hollow Suite Program 5551212, the Vulgar Nerve Pinch. Despite our reputation for being pacifists, we Vulgars have developed an extremely practical martial arts technique used mainly for defensive purposes. It is called the Vulgar Nerve Pinch. This is a tactile oral maneuver in which the applier pinches the bundle of nerve fibers at the base of the neck while whispering into the victim's ear dialogue from either Tango and Cash or Hudson Hawk. This particular combination of nerve stimuli and loss of cerebral control due to the torturous mantra of movie dialogue results in a searing flash of pain and then unconsciousness. In effect, it is similar to a temporary orally induced lobotomy. Victims are soon rendered unconscious for several hours. When they awaken, they will remember nothing of how they came to be unconscious, if they are extremely lucky. I shall demonstrate on my most eager volunteer. You will please to pay attention. Address the subject in this manner. Please to notice the location of my hand as I begin the narcotic chant of cinematic morphine.
He mutters something thankfully unintelligible into the ear of the volunteer.
Oh, thank you, sir. Maybe you can fetch me up with your sister. I have told her after her and we're gonna have margaritas together. Let's hope let's get we have fun. Get a hubba hubba going in the wee. And then just like that, we So, as you can see, it is very effective. If you can apply a proper grip to the neck, it will disable 9 out of 10 neck-bearing species. This completes our program. Thank you very much.
Sydney, I have a favor I'd like to ask of you.
Flame away, Roger. You know I'd give you my right appendage if you needed it.
funny you should say that, Sydney. I kind of have this situation where that very item could come in handy.
Really? Well, I was merely saying that metaphorically.
You really are a great friend, Sydney. That'll come in real handy. I can't thank you enough, Sydney.
Well, if you really are seriously in need of it, I suppose I could lend it to you. You will get it right back to me, won't you, Roger?
Oh, yeah. You bet your nut flanges, Sydney. Sydney, I kind of need another favor. I need one of your eyes.
Pardon me, Roger. For a second, I thought you said you also wanted one of my eyes. I must have my auditory circuits diagnosed.
Well, actually, Sydney, I could use one of your eyes.
Are you certain, Roger? Well, I guess if you really need it.
Oh, I do. I really do, Sydney. You're a mechanized lifesaver.
You will return them soon, right, Roger?
Oh, of course, Sydney. Real soon. Listen, I've got a couple of things I've got to attend to. I'll see you soon. Thanks, Sydney.
As long as you say it will be soon, Roger.
Oh, yeah. See you soon, Sydney.
Magnum doesn't talk. He fancies himself to be like one of those Buckingham Palace types. You consider saying hi until you remember how dedicated he is to his job, and you wouldn't want him to get in trouble for slacking off while on duty. I wonder why you don't worry about that for yourself. A nice fatty donut. Magnum will probably scarf this down. After all, he needs to maintain his boyish tub-o'-guts figure. It feels slightly gritty. It feels. It wouldn't be prudent to do that at this juncture. That wouldn't prove fulfilling. Your words are so unspectacular, nature doesn't even see fit to grant it an echo. It's the right arm circuit Sydney was so kind to loan you. This is Sydney's left eye. It's a bottle of morphine. Excellent guess, Kreskin. Wrong, but excellent. It probably seemed like a good idea to you at one time. It would appear that merging those two items is not a good idea. I really don't think that's a good idea. He's not the touchy... No amount of brute strength can pry these doors apart, even if you had some.
Ooh, boy, I got you with my fingers in your Kurt Russell. Now you can't get away. I got you now that you've got a... Hard to believe this is a real job. Oh, my... Oh. So how come you're not going down? I got you with your mumble jumbo and your hubba chubba. Oh boy, if I only could, I would. Jeez, why don't you step outside, pal? I got you with this, and I think I broke a fingernail here. Oh.
Enjoy. I'll be back to pick up the cart. With the force field on, I trust you won't be going anywhere. I have some matters to attend to now.
Ooh, boy, I gotcha with my finger.
You are very fortunate to not be a prisoner on one of those Cervic cruisers. They'd have you eating your... Oh, heck, never mind. You don't need to hear that right before you eat, that's for sure. Ooh, I do go on a little.
It's one of the interestingly shaped pastries you took from the food cart.
Cool. Bobbit kebabs. They whip up some interesting food items in this joint.
It's the donut you filched from the food cart. It's a plate of grill hair spaghetti. It's a nice round melon.
I remember what this is. It's a rack of Orat. Haven't seen this stuff since Space Quest 1.
It's a tuberous growth of some sort from the food cart. These look like something they cleaved from the side of Yoda's head. Careful, combining the... Careful, combine... Careful, combine... Nothing happens. In this galaxy, those two items... In this galaxy... Careful, combine... Nothing happens. Nothing happens. See, most games would just give you a generic response when you try something useless like that. Now it has some cool ears. That's an interesting idea. It might have some potential. Careful, combining... Nothing happened. Careful, combining those items might cause a rip in the space-time continuum, a tear in the very fabric of space itself. Or not. The rack of a rat adds a nice touch. An interesting idea. Something's starting to take shape. What are you up to, Roger? In this galaxy, those two items don't do anything together. Maybe it's different in your neck of the woods, huh? Nothing happens. A touchment of that adds something more to your work in progress. How creative. That's a nice touch.
Oh, I see you have a visitor. I'll leave you two alone, but you know the rules. 10 more minutes and they have to leave.
Yikes, it's a good thing Dorf's so vain about wearing his prescribed much thicker glasses. That was too close. I nearly dampened an undergarment.
Golly, this food looks so good it might be worth becoming a prisoner for. Yeah, like I'd sure want to be in your position. Not!
Nice work. Sometimes you actually surprise me. You don't need to... Good thinking. Excellent guess, Kreskin. Wrong, but excellent.
Ooh, boy.
Smooth move. You've got his keyring. Yep, he's non-functional all. I really don't think that's a good idea. He's not. The shuttle's alarm is now deactivated. The shuttle's alarm is... The shuttle's alarm is... It probably seemed like a good idea to you at one time. That's an interesting idea. Not a good one, but interesting nonetheless. The shuttle's alarm is now activated. The shuttle's alarm is now deactivated. If you were aiming for the shuttle hatch, you missed. But if you just wanted to inspect the hull of the shuttle for microfractures and embedded particulate matter, you were incredibly successful. Gee, you finally decide to do some janitoring. Great timing. Gee, You're not that thirsty. You know as much about fixing diagnostic relays as you do about performing a Tetryon particle sweep. Loser. The emergency oxygen tank is not removable, nor can you activate it by hand. It's patched directly into the shuttle door sound effects matrix. That's delightfully non-helpful. It's the recall notice for the owner's manual. It reads, "Dear Ham Shuttle Owner, it has come to our attention that there is a minor misprint in the owner's manual for the 1000 series of shuttles. Until a new manual can be acquired, please disregard page 73, paragraph 4 of that manual." You've got way too much to do to spend time messing with that now. It's the recall notice for the... It reads... That wouldn't prove full... It's the most indispensable item in the universe. Duct tape. It's a tube of Elmo's Gluzol. It's the pump you retrieved from the shuttle trunk. It reminds you of one of those hand pumps you use when the astrohead plugs up. That's delightfully not. Nothing happens. That button must not work at this time. That wouldn't prove. It feels slightly. Don't touch that. Boy, wouldn't it be cool? That's an interesting idea. Not a good one, but interesting nonetheless.
Let's see if this sucker works.
Hey, here's your fish!
Janitor Wilco, what are you doing? You have no authorization to take that shuttle. To make matters worse, you have launched into the middle of a super double reverse anti-anomaly. You will turn that ship around immediately and head back to the shuttle bay. Do you understand, Wilco?
Bite me, Commander.
What was that last transmission, Wilco?
We're having a little problem with the signal, sir. I mean, with all due respect, sir, I did plead with you not to leave Stellar behind. Sir, I sense that something's just not right with that community. I don't believe Stellar is dead, and I just can't leave her there. I'm going to do this, sir, regardless of the consequences. Stellar saved my life not once, but twice. I owe her.
Well, that was her own stupid mistake. I demand that you return at once, Wilco. If you do so and surrender now, your record will be taken into consideration during your disciplinary hearing.
Oh, that'll help you loads.
I'm sorry, sir, but I just can't. I have to do this.
Wilco, you fool!
Just then, the shuttle is sucked into the anti-anomaly. Communication with the deep ship has been disrupted.
Sir, I am unable to access the navigational computer. I am guessing that it may have overloaded just as the divalium crystal somehow went offline. Once repairs have been made and the shuttle engines have been refired, I believe I can follow the deep ship's ion trail back to Delta Berxilon 5.
That would be quite cool, Manuel. You sure about that?
Once the divalium crystal has been repaired, our electrical system reestablished, and the engines fired, I am 97.2% certain.
Why only 97.2%?
I judged 97.2% to sound more hip to our audience than would 100. You would have to mention it.
Sorry.
Don't apologize to me. It's the players you ruined it for. My sole purpose is to help you, sir.
You pull the handle and hear something release on the outside of the shuttle. You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place. It would be rather hard to do that while wearing the It's empty at the moment. No need.
Your whimper is my command, sir.
The unfilled hollow of space is now That's the hood. Beneath it is the shuttle's engine. What's with this fish deal? Now one's stuck in the engine intake.
Hello, sweetheart. You look like you could use a little assistance. Is there anything I can do?
Well, yes, there is. Thanks for stopping.
Well, you just name it, I guess.
It seems I've stalled my engines. Could you give me a jump? I have cables.
I'd jump you in a heartbeat, dollface. I guess you must have got caught up in that anti-anomaly. They can be a real pain in the... Well, anyway, let's get it done.
Well, here's your end of the cables.
I'll let you know when I'm all hooked up. Contact!
Okay, Manuel, we're all hooked up. Give it a try.
Bye-bye, Sugar Bunny. I gotta be running along.
Hey, thanks for stopping to help me.
See ya.
You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place. The shuttle feels flimsy. Don't screw with a pattern buffer array. If you get messed up during teleportation, it can unscramble you.
It feels nice. Wow, crystal seems to have broken. I swear it wasn't me.
Now we're in deep.
Hey, I've gotten us this far, haven't I?
Yes, and what a wonderful place it is. How did I get hooked up in this deal? My agent's going to be hearing from me big time.
It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice.
The compartment crystal has been glued already.
It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice.
Don't screw with a pattern buffer. The shuttle feels flimsy. This compartment is sealed in order to shield the tack. Of course, you never made it beyond first year. The shuttle feels flimsy. The shuttle feels flimsy.
My sole purpose is to help you, sir.
That's delightfully.
Then, the Galactican said, if I did have hover capabilities, I wouldn't need the cleft snorter. Ah, excuse me, sir. How may I enhance your efforts?
This is the main cockpit display. Various subsystems of the shuttle are monitored and controlled from here. The compartment crystal has been glued already.
It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice.
The compartment crystal has been glued.
Wow. Crystal seems to have broken. I swear it wasn't me.
Now we're in deep.
Hey, I've gotten us this far, haven't I?
Yes, and what a wonderful place it is. How did I get hooked up in this deal? My agent's going to be hearing from me big time.
It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice. It feels nice.
The shuttle feels flimsy.
It feels nice. It feels nice.
This button opens. You pour glue all over the crystal. You missed!
I guess the divalium crystal won't work in this form. Fortunately, I have vast experience in the reforming of broken items.
It's no wonder. You've had to repair a lot of stuff you've broken in your time. The word clod comes to mind. You hold the glue-coated segment to the broken divalium crystal for 10 seconds to set the glue.
Good work, sir. I believe I can now follow the ion trail of Deep Ship 86 back to Delta Berxalon 5.
The shuttle field. Wow, a mad scientist working on a planet called Delta Berxalon. You wonder what he's doing here? Designing women, perhaps? Sorry? You're not sure whether to turn it on, turn it off, open it, close it, disassemble it, pet it, wear it, whip up a batch of margaritas in it, launch it, or clean it. So in your decisive way, you do nothing with it. They're permanently attached to the counter. You're hosed. You consider switching the multiband UV wave bath to a UVA so you can catch a quick tan, but you're pretty sure someone would yell at you about it.
Say, sturdy.
This depiction of a region holder is based on science fact and current NASA research. Science so hard, you could bounce an asteroid off of it.
Hello, Doctor.
Janitor Wilco? What in blazes are you doing here?
Well, Doc, I got a distress call.
So why are you here?
Because I know it originated here. In fact, it was from Stellar Santiago.
You're out of your mind, Wilco. Now go away and leave me alone. I've got important work to do. Goodbye.
I know something's up here, Doc, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. You'll be sorry, pal.
Yes, whatever you say, Wilco. Just get out of my face.
You pick up the memo and read through it. Sharpay was concerned that the secondary transplant subject had evaded recruitment, and that steps would need to be taken to either procure the subject forthwith or find a new STS. As usual, you're not really sure what they're talking about, but you're sure you don't like the sound of it. You surreptitiously page through the memo. It's a little too dense for you. There's a switch, but it's apparently a discussion of how to graft attenuated neurons to computerized controllers, whatever that means. Your brain starts to hurt, so you replace the memo. That's delightfully non-helpful. These aren't online yet. Apparently budget isn't a big concern here. Who wants to look at boring old research? After a click of the screen button, Plotigy begins to painfully, slowly fill the screen. Oh, screw it! Even you don't have the time or patience for this! You summon the ability to leave it alone. Don't pick at it. You have no use for that, you have no use for that. You take possession of the Callahan. It feels... You have no use for that, you have no use for that. It feels slightly... You have no use for that, you silly little janitor. You press the Lab B button, but the Ascendo pad doesn't move. Apparently you need some sort of clearance to get to Lab B.
So it won't open. I didn't want to go to Lab B anyway.
Sir, I believe I may be able to tap myself into the PTS and perform a limited set of functions.
PTS?
Yes, sir. PTS, the Photo Triangulation System. It was installed as a crude backup navigational device to the modern navigational computer system. It's what you see before you mount it in the middle view screen.
You peel apart the photo and negative from your first PTS image. What, was that supposed to be clever? It's the first positive image from the PTS. You poke it and prod it and generally make it feel like a piece of meat. You poke it and prod it. You peel apart the photo and negative from the second PTS image. Excellent guess, Kreskin. It would appear that merging those two items is not a good idea.
The PTS is online and working. We can now launch to polysorbate. What may I do for you, sir? Step over to the transport pad and I will beam you down to the surface of polysorbate.
Manual tosses you a transport signaler.
You can only use this from the place I beam you to.
It's a Transport 6. It's the Callahan Moddy you scavenged from Delta Burke Salon.
Hello there, Mr. Blatz. I think I have something you might be interested in.
Think so, hey?
Oh, I really think you'll find it interesting.
Ooh! Why, I'd love to take that off your hands. Of course, you realize that it's illegal to sell those, but I could trade you for something. Look around and see what interests you.
I could really use a cyberspace jack.
Tell you what, I'll trade you for one of those fine specimens in the case. What do you say?
No, I want the jack or it's no deal.
Oh, now take it easy, Sonny. I think we can do business.
I'm glad you see it my way. It's been a pleasure. Take care, Fester. I gotta fly. That's the cyberspace jack.
My sole purpose is to help you, sir.
You know, he's a bit ticked at you. I'd leave him alone unless you've got something really important to bug him about. That's an interesting idea. Not a good one, but interesting nonetheless. Hey, free birdseed, and so conveniently placed under a huge boulder, too. Forget it. You don't resemble that bird. Well, except for the pin feathers in those chicken legs of yours. That's delightfully non-helpful. Bet you can't fit that thing in your pants. Guess I was wrong. It does fit. There must be plenty of spare room in there. You summon the ability. Oh, mama! I'm guessing one too many burritos for the last guy in here. Fresh out of spray paint, you are only able to read it.
Does your number match the one shown by the counter?
No, I don't seem to have that one, but...
Oh, I am sorry, sir. Strangely enough, there's no provision for buts in this system. You either have the number shown or you do not. Now, please await the calling of your number. Thank you very much. I have important things to do.
You summon the ability to leave it alone. Don't touch that. We don't know where you've been. It wouldn't be prudent to do. That wouldn't prove.
Just what do you think you're doing, sir?
Well, I didn't think you'd mind if I just looked through your files.
And I thought I'd seen it all. Just step back and wait your turn.
You may just have improved your chances of getting to the files with that slick little maneuver. Sometimes you do surprise me, Roger.
Does your number match the one shown by the counter?
As a matter of fact, I do possess that number. Read it and weep, Pixel Woman.
Oh no, you can't possibly. Oh. Well, I guess you're right.
You bet your palate, little 32 by 32 pixel mama.
It wouldn't be prudent. Don't touch that. You summon the... That's delightful. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. That's delight. Don't pick at it. You'll only make it worse. That's delight. You summon the ability. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. You summon. Don't. It. That's delightfully not. That wouldn't. That's delightfully. You summon the ability. Don't touch. That wouldn't. Don't touch. It wouldn't be prudent. It feels slightly gritty. You suppress an urge to dust it. Don't pick at. Don't touch. That wouldn't prove. It would. That's delight. You summon. Massive file cabinets stretch off into the distance. This should be a cinch. That file apparently. That file. That file. That file. That file. That file. That file apparently. That file. That file apparently. That file. That file. That file apparently doesn't want to open. That file.
Man, these filing cabinets are a mess. Even I could keep them up better than this. Man, these filing cabinets are a mess. Even I could keep them up better than this. Man, these filing filing cabinets are a mess. Even I could keep them up better than this.
It would appear that merging those... It would appear... Excellent. General drawer failure. Please step off and try another approach. You get the idea.
Man, these filing cabinets. Man, these filing cabinets. Man, these.
That file apparently does. Don't pick at it, you'll... Don't pick... Don't touch that. That file... That file... That file... It wouldn't be prudent to do that at this juncture. That file apparently... 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 That wouldn't prove fulfilling. That file... That file apparently... That file... 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 That file...
Man, these filing cabinets are... Man, these...
That file apparently doesn't want to open. That file apparently doesn't want to open. That file apparently doesn't want to open.
Man, these files...
General Dr... You get the idea. General Dr... You get the idea. General Dr... You get the idea.
Man, these... Man, these filing... Man, these filing... Man...
Don't pick at it, you'll only make... That's delightfully non-helpful. That wouldn't prove...
Looks like interesting...
That file, that file, that file, that file apparently. General Drawer, you get the idea. General, you get the idea, don't you? General Drawer, you get the idea. That file, that file, that file, General Drawer, you, that file, General, you get the idea. That file apparently doesn't want to open. You summon the ability. That file, 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 that file apparently doesn't. That file apparently doesn't. That file, that file, that file, that file, that file, that file apparently, that file, that file, that file apparently doesn't. That file apparently doesn't want to open. The cyber printer accepts your cyber file gratefully and begins to print. The question is, what exactly is the output of a cyber printer? It probably seemed like...
Yo, Bit Boy, do you like standing in line? You already have file room access. Move it.
This world's a great big ball of dirt with 50 billion souls who like to sit around.
Don't touch that. We don't know where you... Don't pick at it. That's delight. That's You virtually eat the nearly real mint. Your virtual breath is now virtually minty fresh.
Excuse me, Mr. Wilco. Those are reference files only and not available for loan. You may leave, but the folders will remain here.
That wouldn't prove full... You smartly drop the board in place, spanning the gap between the two bridge sections. It's the printout of Dr. Bellow's record, which you found in cyberspace.
What is this?
Well,
Is this supposed to prove something?
Well, actually...
What you have there stacks up to nothing more than a significant waste of polypup, boy. Now leave me to my work. Just leave, Mr. Wilco. I have to prepare for the opening of Golden Light Years. I wonder what your commander would think of your annoying presence here. Why, he'd haul your keel and... Anyway, I'm... Just leave, Mr. Wilco. Just leave, Mr.
It's the printout of Dr. Bellow's record, which you found in cyberspace. This is the printout from Stellar's cyberspace file. This one's the Project Immortality record printout.
Just leave, Mr. Wilco. Just leave, Mr. Wilco.
Nothing happens.
Just leave, Mr. Wilco. Just leave, Mr. Wilco. Just leave, Mr. Wilco.
You pick up the memo and read through it. As usual, you surreptitious. Your brain starts to hurt, so you replace the memo. That file. The cyber printer accepts your cyber file gratefully and begins to print. The question is, what exactly is the output of a cyber printer? You're hesitant to... It's the printout of Dr. Bell. This is the printout of Nigel's record from... This one's the Project Immortality record. This is the printout... That file. Don't pick at it. It wouldn't be prudent to do that at this juncture. Don't. That wouldn't prove fulfilling. That wouldn't prove That's delightfully... It wouldn't be prudent. That wouldn't prove Don't touch that. That's delightful. Don't pick at it. That's That file apparently... That file... That file... That file... That file... That... That file... That file... That file... That file... That file... That file. The cyber printer accepts your cyber file gratefully. Well, what do you know? Maybe there is something to this superhero reputation thing after all. And after that episode with the egg beater, I thought you'd never impress me again.
Well, Dr. Bellows, I think you've got some explaining to do.
You're out of your mind, Wilco.
So, what do you have to say for yourself now, Doctor?
Confronted with the facts found in the files you located, he freaks and spills all.
Oh, my...
Eloquently stated.
I didn't think this all the way through until I'd crossed my own personal ethical line. I was already... It had already gone too far. The experiments alone. I thought I could do just this one thing and still live with myself. Love can move a person to do some strange things, Wilco. She knew how I felt and used it to her advantage.
I think I know what you mean about that love thing, but wait a minute. Slow down. Are you saying you have the hots for... I mean, you are actually romantically intrigued by Sharpay? Wow. You are serious. I agree that love can make you do some weird stuff. In this case, though, it made you do some stuff that was unethical and illegal, Doctor. Where is Stellar Santiago? I know she was alive, that her death was faked. What have you done with her?
Great Caesar's ghost. The woman, she's still alive, but I'm afraid not much time remains.
She is? What do you mean not much time remains?
As you must realize by now, the Golden Light Years project was merely a front for the research I'd been conducting per Sharpay's wishes. She is intensely fearful of death. You probably didn't notice that she is getting up in age a bit.
Yeah, who could have guessed that?
In very simple terms, Janitor Wilco.
That's janitor second class, pal. And don't you forget it.
Excuse me, Janitor second class. As I was saying, Sharpay feared dying, enough to take the lives of others to save her own. She knew I loved her. I remember the day I met her. It was at the funeral of... I believe it was her fourth husband, and I remember never having seen her look so radiant. I fell for her, hard, and she knew it. You should have seen her in black.
I'll pass, thanks. Just tell me about Stellar.
Okay. The bottom line is that I have developed a way to extend Sharpay's life by transferring her mental essence into the body of another. It was to be you until your friend Stellar Santiago got in the way. We thought no one would miss you. Go figure. What I have done is to employ nanotechnology to take over the designated host body, as is happening with your friend as we speak.
Stellar's body is being taken over by Sharpay? Jeez. I don't understand. Is there anything we could do to stop it?
I've never really thought of it that way.
Well, think about it now. We have to save Stellar. You can't let her die. You can redeem yourself at least to some degree, Doc.
As much as it pains me to admit it, you're right, Roger. You're right. Okay, I think I may have a plan. We can save her. There are some interesting spin-off technological breakthroughs. I'm going to send you in to stop Sharpay.
Say what? No, I don't think...
It's her only chance. If you seriously care for your friend, you'll do this.
Oh, the only way, huh?
The only way.
Well, okay then. I hope you're sure about this.
I'm positive. Here's how we shall go about it. You will move your shuttle into Lab B. Meanwhile, I will generate new software for your shuttle's navigational system, which will help you locate the nanites, the very small robotic devices I developed for the intrusion. One of them is Sharpay. If you can stop Sharpay, well, your friend's chances of survival improve immensely. Then, once I have located and extracted you, I shall work to repair whatever damage may have been done to Stellar during the attempted incursion.
The shuttle is nicely miniaturized by the beam deal. Hopefully, it is reversible. Perhaps you should have asked about that. There are some things you can't afford to have smaller.
Oh, that's right. Manuel is offline in here. He can't help me now.
You don't have to wear your helmet out there. It's alveoli, but it reminds you of spaghetti. You're the first one on your block to actually possess someone else's alveoli. You acquire a candy.
I already have one.
Boy, wouldn't it be cool if that really worked? Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites. Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites. You acquire a candy. Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites. It's a piece of staple. You've got to wonder what was on the menu for Stellar's last meal. You acquire a candy. Interesting. The acid rises, but just not quite high enough to submerge those nanites. Loosely woven into the stomach lining is a piece of celery string. That stuff could be used to make steel-belted radial tires stronger. Rumor has it that it was the original inspiration for dental floss. I think I saw that on one of those James Burke shows. The inside of Stellar's tummy is slippery, mostly because of the mucus secreted by the stomach lining, and there are a few pockmarks here and there, but when push comes to shove, this is the most beautiful stomach you've ever been in. There's just this one thing. Those little robots are the nanites sent down to aid in taking over Stellar's body. They look like guard nanites. But then, for all you know, they could be ballerina nanites. Careful. Nice shot. A large hunk of twinkoid cake food product is hanging just below her epiglottis. It appears to have gotten jammed on the way to her stomach for digestion. Doesn't this woman chew? It wouldn't be prudent to do. It wouldn't be prudent. An interesting idea. What are you up to, Roger? It's one of those tiny timed release pills. Wow, check out all that bile. Looks like her liver's been doing just fine. That's a pool of bile any liver would be proud of. You sure can't speak highly of its aroma. It probably seemed like a good idea. That's an interesting idea. This is the main pancreatic duct. This is the...
Yeah, this is way too snug. This blockage needs to be cleared. Stellar's going to have to change her diet.
That is, if she can face life after having you inside her. As cool as it would be to... That's an... As cool... Boy, wouldn't it be... It probably... It would appear that... As logic... As long... That's an... Don't take it back out. It's all fine where it is. Don't take it back. It would appear that It would appear... It probably... It would appear that... It probably... Excellent. Excellent. It probably... Boy. As long... Since you've entered the tapeworm not partially digested, you'll probably give him heartburn. I hope you're proud of yourself. As cool as it would be to interface these two items, no good would come of it. Excellent guess, Crest. As cool as it would... As cool... It would appear that merging excellent. That's an interesting. As logical as that. As logical as that. Not much going on there, eh? It hurts your eyes to look at that. In fact, you feel a major headache coming on. It wouldn't be prudent to do. Excellent guess, Craig. You can't pass through with the alveoli in the way. Don't take it back out. It's all fine where it is. Boy, wouldn't it be cool? That's an... Now, let's see. Although we could let you do a macho Tarzan swing, fall down, and make a complete fool of yourself, we would advise you to go back down and climb up the old way. You summon the ability. It's the bundle of capillaries you appropriated from Stellar. It's the bundle of capillaries you appropriated from Stellar. Nothing happens. See, most games would just give... Nothing happened. Careful, combining... You get fingerprints all over it. It probably seemed like a good idea to you at one time. You cleverly taped the capillaries together. Nice work! You've hooked up your makeshift hose to the pump. You chuck one of the taped capillaries over the muscular ledge. It drops into the pool. You give the pump a stroke or two, and in the process gather a nice helmet load of bile. I guess congratulations are in order. You've got plenty of that stuff, or did you want to take some home to Mom? It looks vaguely like your hiney after it's been chewed out by your boss. Nice gallstone collection. Excellent guess, Kreskin. Wrong, but excellent. The alveoli is... Don't take it back out. It's all... You maneuver your helmet beneath the drip and manage to snag a nice little dollop of the stuff. Let's look at it together and see what we can see, okay? You now own one of those tiny timed release pills. Since you've entered the tapeworm, impressive. The tapeworm suddenly becomes much more animated. Please remember to keep your arms and legs on the worm at all times. Yow! Now that's a ride you won't take in the Magic Kingdom. You pull away a cracked piece of the filling. You snap off a shard of fingernail and gingerly introduce it into your pocket. You can't budge it. You can't. You carefully, very carefully, stow the paper clip in your pocket.
No, I think I've already done things above and beyond the call of duty. Hey, a guy has to draw the line somewhere, and gosh darn it, this guy's drawn the line right at the colon.
You've never even met her mother.
Yeah.
So you like the worm, huh? You like to ride the worm, huh? I let you ride the worm. It's a broken fingernail tip you scavenged from Stellar's appendix. It's a paperclip from Stellar's appendix. You're definitely going to have to talk to Stellar about her eating habits. That is, if you make it out of here. It's a chunk of silver tooth filling you found in Stellar's appendix. It's one of those tiny timed release pills. You get a jump on senility by mumbling to yourself. Your stolen miniaturized shuttle has become mired on the fundus of the stomach like a beached whale. Your stolen...
This heat tile looks loose. Whoops. I have to stop doing that. This heat tile looks loose. Whoops.
Your stolen miniaturized... Your stolen mini...
This heat tile looks loose. Whoops. I have to stop doing that. This heat tile looks loose. Whoops.
Red light. This is not good. Apparently some or all of the intermix element in Fuel Tank 3 was disgorged during your heinous Venus joyride. That's not all that was disgorged, but we'll skip the details. It's a chunk of silver tooth filling you found in Stellar's appendix. It probably seemed like a good idea. Although the concept of rubbing silver particles all over the shuttle is interesting.
This heat tile looks loose. Whoops. This heat tile looks... Whoops. I have to stop doing that. This heat tile looks loose. Whoops.
The stomach curves away
Yummy.
The stomach curves away.
Yummy. This heat tile looks loose. Whoops. I have to stop doing that.
You neatly replace the EVA suit in its proper place.
Perhaps I'd get farther if I kept the subroutine disk in its slot.
It's the subroutine program disk the doctor gave you to be able to navigate through Stellar's body. That wouldn't prove full. You don't have to wear your helmet out there. Those are the gallstones. It would appear that merging those two items is not a good idea. You slice away with the nail and, amazingly enough, manage to cut a slice in the barrier.
Yikes. How am I supposed to jump across this one? Man, that was close. Holy captain's log, Batman! There are a few more of those nanites here. How am I going to handle this one?
It probably seemed like a good idea. As cool as it...
I don't think I can hit them from here. I don't think I can hit them from here.
So close, and yet so... So close, and yet so far away.
I don't think I can hit them from here.
As cool as it would be to interface these two items. Boy, would...
I don't think I can hit them from here.
You chuck a gallstone at one of the robots, causing it to think the other one did it. You chuck another gallstone, this time at the other robot, who also thinks the other one did it. That was quite effective. That was very impressive, Roger. I'll bet that's not something you hear every decade. Walk on up there if you want to touch. It's a recently constructed shaft between the hemispheres of Stellar's. It's a recently constructed shaft between the hemispheres. This button takes you down.
So this is the motor control center. This sign says this is her pleasure center. This sign says this is her pleasure center. Interesting. The sign says this is Stellar's cough control center.
This button takes you down.
Oh, this is her choice of men center. It looks a little odd.
A huge pile of debris is standing in front of what appears to be some sort of passage. Light pours through the opening. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if that really worked? Excellent guess. Boy, wouldn't it be cool?
Interesting. The sign says this is Stellar.
Boy, wouldn't it be... It feels slightly gritty. You suppress an urge to dust it. It would appear as cool. It would appear that, boy, it probably. A small opening between the brain wall and the debris pile allows a small amount of light to escape.
Ugh! Ah! Even in this suit, that hurts like a... Geez, what's going on here? And what's with that big robot?
Well, well, Mr. Wilco. I must confess to being impressed that you made it this far. You are either a very lucky man, or the classic case of how looks can be deceiving. From what I know of your history, I can't say that in this case looks are necessarily deceiving. On the other hand, I don't think luck accounts for it all either. There's definitely something different about you, Mr. Wilco. It's a pity, though. I'm afraid this is where the odds catch up with you, Roger. I do hope you don't mind me referring to you as Roger. I feel we can both be on a first-name basis now, since we will soon be sharing such intimate moments. My rebirth and your death. Not necessarily in that order. I'll attend to you in a moment. I have a few more little details to finish before I transfer my consciousness into this body. Enjoy it, Roger. It'll be among the very last of your memories. Oh, and by the way, escape attempts will prove to be futile. You will be incinerated if necessary.
Jeez, what a bit...
I'm sorry. What was that you were saying?
Me? I was saying, what a bite! Yeah, I had a little trouble with some parasites a while ago down in the digestive tract. That's all it was.
Excellent guess, Kreskin. Wow, that was actually a great idea. Go figure.
Yeah, I kicked her butt. Just look at me. MacGyver wishes he could be me. It was bound to happen. The never-ending battle between good and evil was once again waged, and once again, good has emerged victorious. Yes, and with me on its side, how could it lose? Yes. Once again, I have struck a blow for good over evil. It was in a... Hey! Ah! What? But I thought I took care of you.
Well, it appears you thought wrong now, doesn't it, Roger? Wilco, I haven't survived this long without taking precautions. The robot was just hardware. My mind still exists.
Oh, real wonderful. Ooh! Ah! Hey, watch those tentacles, lady. I thought that being partially embedded in the street on polysorbate was a strange feeling.
Fish, that's brain food.
All right. She actually chowed down on that rancid fish. I thought I'd never get rid of that fish.
Nice shot!
Oh, there you are, Wilco.
Boy, Stellar, with all that's happened recently, I never would have imagined that we'd be standing here together.
It is a miracle, Roger. I was afraid that by the time you got my message, it would be too late. I was certain I was doomed. But you didn't let me down. What you did was incredibly brave, Roger, not to mention intensely risky. It took Dr. Bellows a lot of work to clean up after you and Sharpay. I must say, Roger, there's not a man in the universe who knows me inside the way you do.
It was a strange feeling, but I went in there all business. There wasn't a moment I wasn't thinking of your welfare.
Oh, give me a break. Let me put my boots on. It's getting deep in here.
Cheese it, pal, or I'll rip out your larynx and you won't be able to get a job doing bad voiceover work for Chinese action pictures.
What did you say, Roger?
Oh, I was just mumbling to myself. You know, Stellar, there's one thing I noticed while inside you I thought I might share.
And what's that, Roger?
You eat like a goat. You really have to change your eating habits, Stellar. I saw some things in your digestive tract I wouldn't wish on Sludge Vohall. You really have to clean up your consumption act.
Yes, I know. Dr. Bellows said he was able to fix most everything done to me during Sharpay's invasion, as well as patching an ulcer that was playing havoc with my stomach. He told me the same things.
You might also try chewing. You had a hunk of Twinkoid wedged in your throat that would have gagged Linda Lovelace.
Okay, Roger, okay, I got the message. Let's change the subject, shall we? Ask me where I'm stationed next.
Why don't you just tell me?
Boy, some fun you are.
Sorry, I guess I'm a little grumpy. I had a real day. I had to clean the captain's log entry container. Then somebody got a nice buzz in 8 rear and decided to take a wormhole ride in the Hollow Suite. They hit a few wrong buttons, and the next thing I know, I'm cleaning Virgon Nebula sets and hors d'oeuvres off every wall and ceiling. Apparently, they truly did make the room spin. Boy, they spackled everything. Had to use the putty knife to chip loose some of the chunks of...
Roger, I'm sorry you had a rough day, but can we please change the subject?
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, I think you're gonna like your next assignment.
Really? What is it? Where is it?
Sorry, you're just gonna have to wait to find out.
As Roger and Stellar warp off into the nebula set, many questions remain. Will Roger and Stellar become an item? How will Beatrice Wankmeister react when she hears about this new friend in Roger's life? Will Roger's voice be a few octaves higher as a result? Would they dare to make another one of these things? Only time and money will tell.
I've been up to my lips in urinal pucks lately. I hope it's something different. Who wrote this crap? Oh, yeah, Scott. Yeah, well, yeah, then good work. Did you hear about the animator who killed himself? Yeah, he couldn't draw his own breath. These, by the way, are the credits. They're called credits because, well, we can't afford to really pay anybody until more people buy the game. All these people worked on this dumb game? Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. That's it, bye-bye. No more, bye-bye. That's it, all finished, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Farewell. Farewell. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, this is it. The last time. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you for playing Space Quest 6. This is Gary Owens, signing off.